Hello everyone, I hope you all are having a good Sunday. It is time to continue the Gran Turismo 4 Lease Cars playthrough. And by now, most of the garage is already sorted, really. There's only one car left to buy. There's only a single... Well, in reality, there's only one car left to buy and another one which I need to earn. And there's still a bit of a question mark on how I will earn it. I mean, it all depends on what you all want me to do, but... It requires completing a really long race, that's as much as I can tell you. We have the rough RGT staring into our soul as I prepare a few things to actually read people. And we're good, okay, now we're good. Hello Senko, hello Daria, hello Kuntash, hello Siginus, hello Randome, hello Luxia. Hope you guys are having a good Sunday, and my microphone's flipping against the microphone arm. That's much better. And now we can tag everyone at Discord, so there's that too. Price card that you need to use. Yeah, well, we'll probably get there today, really. There's not much... Oh, okay, yeah. Cool hard drive. Yeah, I forgot I kept the game on idle for a long time. So there's not much else to do here. Let me check real quick. I can do that, can do that, can do that, can do this. Okay, yeah, that makes sense actually. Most of these events are completed. And what we're looking for is here. Boxer Spirits. Relatively simple race compared to what we've been up previously. Hello Grievous, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Everything here's stock. Just gonna go for shorter gearing for Hong Kong. There's not much I can remove out of this car. It's already running on mediums too. I don't know, the summer is ending already. I mean, the same kind of applies to me, but with winter. I mean, it's the middle of August, so it's starting to get... So the days are getting longer and longer. But let me tell you, today's super cold in here. We had a really cold week, and today's pretty much the coldest day in a long time. Yesterday was more manageable, but today's frozen. Well, it's not freezing outside, we don't have that luxury here. It's always relatively warm, but for our standards it's cold. Come on. Personally I don't mind shorter days. I absolutely prefer winter over summer. Winter is tame here, summer is brutal, so I'm always preferring winter. Yeah, I mean, a happy balance will be ideal, but weather doesn't work like that, sadly. It goes in seasons, so... Usually, the in-between seasons have more of the... The in-between seasons kind of work as a time where you have where it's just an extension of, say, summer at the first month and a half, and then it slowly starts to cool down, and then it becomes winter suddenly. Then when the spring begins, it's kind of the same. It's like cold until it started degrees Celsius one day suddenly, and yeah, you kind of want to stop. Because you realize that you're going to be in for a rough ride until winter begins again. Careful. Hey Kisa, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Still need to get to use where I'm braking with this thing. Yeah, it's the RGT again. Or boxer car for the run. Took a bit to catch up to this too, actually. All he had to do was keep the car straight. You just moved into me, not the other way around. Yeah, here. Yeah, it's a pretty good car. Honestly, I'm not complaining with the cold. I mean, the only hard parts, I guess, in quotation marks, is stop pushing me, Impressa, will be nice. The only hard parts, in quotation marks, will be getting up this morning, but then again, it was a Sunday, and on Sundays I usually start my day a little bit later, because I don't really want to go out to exercise when there's nobody in the street. It's kind of dangerous, so I always start my day a bit later. And it's kind of hard to get out of bed when you stay an extra hour than usual, so there's that, really. Yeah, honestly, I'm not going to have issues with this, guys. Absolutely zero issues whatsoever. I'm kind of overpowered for this race, but it's kind of the trade you have to make when you don't have all, tons of cars to choose from. Some races are going to be easier than others, and that's okay for me. It's a matter of making the right choices in a way, and I think so far everything has worked out well. There have been pretty challenging races which were easier. So the balance overall worked fine for me. It will be interesting to see which other choices exist to have a similar route. But I don't think there's many. I mean, I know of one, but it's kind of tied to used cars, and yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard to commit to it. Hey Kiryu, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. By the way, if you just joined, it will be nice if you left a like on the stream, so we can get this to more people, and I'm sure all of you want to get this to more people too. I hope they extend this again. Hope you have other options too, Seems kind of... This is kind of weird to wait until the last moment to actually extend the contract, if they're gonna extend it. But I don't know how those things work. It's all assumptions. Maybe it's standard practice in your area. Is that a limiter? finger the thing. You know, that's kind of... That could be read in different ways, Senko. Ambitious cannon for next orc. I mean, not a bad plan. If there's something new to look into, that's always good. Always good to have options, really. Hey, look. Hey, I appeared twice on this grid. To be looking good as always. Of course he understeers. Of course he understeers. Good old Impreza handling. Should have went with YouTube when they had the chance. I don't know, I mean, it surely has its downsides and its upsides. Depends what are you willing to sacrifice. It's gonna be tricky to make the overtake here, but... Nah, I'm not gonna try it. There's no room. No room whatsoever. Hey, at least the gun overtook the Yellowbird. That's something. Yeah, you're gonna struggle there. Yellowbird family stream. Hey Dravix, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Is the nearest the game stuttering? No? Probably fine. Maybe some audio stuttering here and there. But no, the game is fine. I mean, at least from my screen. It's on your end. That split was 2 seconds 9/11, by the way. Coincidence? I don't think so. Game is trying to tell us something. I don't know what, though. Enlighten me. Go and get those. Couldn't get those at all. Oh, another lap though. Despite the fact that I'm kind of overpowered for this race, the Yellowbird is holding quite close to me. In a way, this Boxer Spirit can be a bit of a beginner's trap, because the game makes you think you can get this done with a stock Impreza in a way, because given all the events surrounding it are relatively easy, but you need something more a bit modified to actually be competitive here. And if you encounter one of the roofs on the grid, is even worse. So yeah. kind of funny. It always stood out to me. Go. There we go. Yeah, well, we could say that I always try to leave it to my name. He probably went wide on one of those corners. They start to lose space by the end of the race. Funny enough. Oh, right. Gran Turismo, if your car is in tune, you're playing the game wrong. No, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. I mean, you can try to use stock cars to balance yourself out. Because the AI sucks, you can create challenges by just using stock cars. You can modify cars to actually balance them out, them being slower. You can use all sorts of different strategies to actually make things interesting, and using a stock car is probably among those. I'm not sure if it hit any cones, but it probably went wide on that. You know that Infinite has like a little back straight before a hairpin? They all go wide on that corner for some reason. Always. At the end of the race. I'm doing alright, Ray. Hope you're doing well too. Having a good Sunday. The cones are always in danger. See, that is part of the traditions of this channel. I'm a man who believes in tradition to some degree. There's a reason why humans have done the same things for millions of years. It's because they work. And that's exactly what we do in this channel. If the tradition says knock the cones over, I knock the cones over. This grid is surprisingly lacking on roofs though. It's only a 3400S on the grid. Sure, that works. That completely works. The wall tap was planned, 100% planned. It's all part of the strategy, you see. Which strategy? I don't know. I just do what I'm told. Assuming that I actually had budget for a team manager, which I don't. But we have to pretend that I do, so we'll just put that as an excuse of strategy, absolutely. Oof, wheel spin. Yeah, the Karamangi and the Toyota Sports 800. Yes, I am aware you can use those. I mean, I know my fair share of absurd stuff, really. And I don't see it mentioned enough. Should be mentioned more in other places and shared. That's up to you. You cannot spam, but you surely can spam on my name. Right, that little jump wasn't on my plans. I don't remember there being a pump which actually made the car jump. Thing's probably too stiff, so that's why. One of the downsides of the roofs is that they come with really stiff spring ratios for some reason. And even the minimums can be a bit too stiff for some circuits. Like the Nürburgring, by example. Then again, everything is too stiff for the Nürburgring. That's like one absolute truth of humanity. No matter what you bring, the suspension will be too stiff for the Nürburgring. If growing never hurts. Won the race and mowed the lawn. What can I say? I do multiple things. Well, I'm not good at multitasking. I can totally tackle different objectives in the same run. Yeah, sure, that was a relatively easy sweep. 126, the final lap was kind of slow though. Hey Gogo, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. So there's a two... Oh, look, selfie time. Face reveal. So there's a bit of an alternative road that we could take here. Where are you? No, I'm not gonna sell it. I'm keeping it. So my point is... My point is simple. I could slightly modify this thing and take it to Supercar Festival. The other thing is, I could modify another car and take it to Supercar Festival. It has to be one of these 9. And the window minimized for one more. I'm not revealing my face until I have a... until I'm forced, meaning until I have a car. Something. So my face will remain a mystery for a pretty long time, it seems. So, as I was saying, plan number 1 will be to get this thing, modify it a little bit, send it to Supercar Festival. Plan 2 will be to use something different for Supercar Festival. I can use this, or probably the A3. I don't know if it gets to 500 horsepower. Have we done clear cup races? They're unnecessary. I don't have to do the clear cup races for this. I look at all the money, I don't need more, so they're not getting done. So, that's kind of the issue that I have right now. I'm not sure if we could probably put the Clio 493. I think the Clio doesn't get there, and if it gets there, it's gonna be quite unwieldy. The Elise obviously doesn't get there. The Charger will be fun, but I feel the Charger will be a bit obvious. I don't know. You expect the Charger. The Tacoma has a problem, and that is the fact that it doesn't get a wing, meaning its handling is going to be kind of trash. Actually, I don't really know if this thing gets up to 493, actually, so I don't really know why I'm even considering it. Probably not, but it's probably worth checking into it. Doesn't get a turbo, doesn't get a turbo. How much do I get out of? Yeah, no, it's not gonna reach it. It won't reach it, that's for sure. Let me check the Tacoma real quick. Tacoma, Toyota. This is what I want to look into. Stage 3 at 532. 409. Yeah, it's probably with this. It's probably with that one. Because I already have the supercharger, and the supercharger is giving me 390 horsepower. And this thing has relatively low tire wear. I know it might sound insane, but I could probably use soft tires to balance the handling out a little bit. Just a tiny bit. You know what, it's only 70k. It's only 70k. I can afford that. I'm just gonna put soft tires. See what happens. I like to believe the wear will be good enough from my experience with this thing, but maybe it's not, so I don't know. Oh, but why do I have a standard exhaust? Huh. 581. How much does it get with this? 424. Okay. Interesting. Gears as long as possible. We're not gonna have top speed. That much I can tell you. We're gonna put this on 50. It's gonna have wheel spin. Brake balance is okay. No traction control. It's an A, so it should probably have wheel spin issues when we reach the top rev range. Just let me check something else real quick. Stage 2. It's not enough. Barely not enough. That's kind of tragic. The only thing I wish the RGT had was a wing upgrade. The rest I couldn't care less. I don't know, maybe it's all tall, maybe it's a bit of a long shot, but maybe the oil is worn out. It has like 300 kilometers. F1 was back today, I didn't watch it. But I knew if F1 is back and I don't know what happened. Did I miss anything interesting or not really? See if anyone watched it. Are we going to prove that the Tacoma is the supreme supercar now? I mean, it's more so a proof of concept that they can bring almost anything to Supercar Championship. Because there's this absurd mentality, no, it doesn't make any difference, the oil was fine. There seems to be this absurd mentality that you need a really good car for Supercar Championship, when in reality, you can bring all sorts of stupid things and actually win. So my point is that, I mean, it's just more of a proof of concept and a proof that I can do things, because I can. Simple as that. I don't like this grid, but that's the CN. CN is a bit of a problem. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, you should totally leave a like on the stream so we can get this to more people and more people can see a Toyota Tacoma beating supercars. More likely concept cars. I mean, the CN is a concept car. Stupid things. I mean, realistic stupid things. I mean, if we get into the run of hybrids, oh god, they're going to 3 wide. Or like 4 wide. G7 and Saline on the lead. I was able to beat Supercar. Yeah, I mean, I was able to beat Supercar Festival with a couple of things too. That's kind of my point. Maybe if I put traction control 1. The only race that scares me is probably... Yeah, I probably have to avoid using second gear. The race that scares me is probably Infineon. And midfield raceway is always... Midfield raceway is always kind of tough. Especially if you have a grid with a W12. Get out of here. You already had your second of fame in this channel. Get out of here. We have moved on to bigger things. That's what I get for not looking at the screen. The speed 12 shouldn't show anywhere at all, period. It's kind of atrocious. There's not much it can do. No, the CN is only a concept car. Never got released. Same vein as the Chrysler ME412. I don't know why I mentioned that one, but it's one of those cars which I will probably like to see. In the same vein as the Cadillac 16 concept too, which was insanely cool, but never got. We'll be getting closer to that thing, because I saw the timer, yeah. If I don't crash, I should be getting closer to that line. Lack of front grip kind of annoys me. I could probably brake a bit later if I wanted to. If all else fails, it's probably a matter of finding another grid, because I'm gaining time. I gain almost a second that lap. It has so much torque that it doesn't really matter which gear you put it on, and that's kind of cool actually. That is really cool, because you don't really need to enable traction control, you can just use a higher gear. And since they're all kind of packed together, they're not exactly long, it doesn't really matter either. Sure, probably a bit slower out of the corners, but not unnoticeable. Surely been on more situations. Okay. Lack of downforce spites me there, but it's fine. Absolutely fine. Imagine that you just got one of the few Saleen S7s made, and you're being chased by some idiot on a Toyota Tacoma of all things. The only thing you see in your rearview mirror is a blue brake, which is getting closer and closer to you. Uncomfortably so. And you're just wondering, what... are the drugs kicking in, or is this real? Yeah, believe me, it's real. It is absolutely real, Saleen 7. You're not getting away from this. So 1 minute lap? No. I'm slipstreaming a Saleen 7, by the way. On a Toyota Tacoma. I actually managed to overtake a Saleen 7 in a Toyota Tacoma. This is where I lose the most time, probably. Because I just have no grip on the front. I mean, I do, but I cannot take that corner as fast as I would like. That's just a reality of it all. The S7 is a pretty good car to look at, absolutely. God, it's cool. But it has to be in a bright color, like yellow or orange. Maybe white. White kind of works on it, but I prefer orange or yellow. Good enough. Good enough. I wonder how long it will take to actually melt the brake rotors if a Tacoma was doing these speeds. I don't think the gearbox is only the problem, Common. I think there's a bit more to that. Gearbox is only a part of it, because both the Saleen S7 and SLR, especially the SLR, both have really good torque, so they can manage the longer gears. The S7 has kind of weird handling, to be honest. And the CN is closing in, which is kind of uncomfortable, actually. But it's only one lap left until the end, so yeah, it's fine. Another important thing is tires. I mean, I'm kind of concerned that those tires will last me on every single race. And they seem to be okay, but Seoul is a relatively low wear circuit, so not a good benchmark of anything. It's not like there are many high wear circuits on this series. Probably Infineon is the most punishing one on tires. The rest are relatively easy. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will seriously appreciate that you did, so we can get this channel to more people. And more people can see a Toyota Tacoma completely demolishing supercars. So much for being a concept car, Cadillac CN. You couldn't beat a truck. Yeah, pretty much. Imagine you're just in a supercar, but they sat on the twin turbo Salines, by the way. But yeah, imagine that. GT4 doesn't have the twin turbo Salines. Those came a bit later. Okay. Got the obligatory sneeze out of the way. Ah, there's a W12. Who cares? Probably starting third gear. There's an A5 concept, also known as the Nuvolari 4. Another opportunity to say that I absolutely like the early A5s and I would love to have one, but they're a $20,000 car in my country, so that ain't coming anytime soon. The W12 has already skyrocketed to first place, by the way. See any spoiling me? You just don't have the torque at corner exit. See, I kind of out-accelerate them at corner exit, but once they start to build up speed, they out-accelerate me, which makes sense. Once their engines start revving, they are more powerful than I am, really. Yeah, there's two cars which I can't use, but the AI can use for some reason. Oh, 666 on the SLR. The CN and the W12 always have to fight with each other, and it's always kind of funny. Easy through here, you don't want to spin out. This is where the fun begins, because I have top speed, but they clearly have more top speed and acceleration than I do. So this could get tricky. Depends on how close they get to me. I will probably run slightly shorter gears too, which is insane. But I don't want to. For the simple reason that I don't want to have wheel spin on third gear. Kind of like the gearing assist to actually have good handling on low speed corners. Oh, the CN got second. This could be interesting now. The CN has come on top. Yeah, the CN has more speed than the W12, but the W12 usually has more handling. So they're always kind of even. And the SLR is good, but not as good as those two. Disadvantage of being a production car, I suppose. If only you could use concept cars for this race, right? Like the CN and the W12. Almost 300 kilometers per hour with a truck. Believe it or not, that's probably not among the craziest things I have ever done in this game, but it's probably up there. It is ridiculously unnecessary though. I mean, why would I do this having a rough RGT sitting on the garage? And the answer is, because I can. Because I absolutely can. Well, so much for being a B12 concept car, you aren't anywhere near me. I prefer the hardtop, actually. The Roadster is cool, but I think they picked the wrong color for the Roadster. It's kind of a weird dark red, which doesn't really work. Concept cars should be bright and, you know, stand out. The original W12 concept was yellow, with a blue interior, which was kind of cool. But then again, I'm kind of biased. But still, it was kind of cool. They can't catch up even on straights. Don't wheel spin. No. No oversteer. You're not a drift truck. For now. You have done a lot to you to Tacoma in this playthrough. You have done all sorts of things which nobody will expect you to do. But here we are. Ow. Don't use second gear. It's annoying because second gear is always faster than third gear, but I risk spinning out. And I shouldn't spin out. The crazy thing is that, yes, it seems that I have better handling than they do, and I actually beat them on straightaways too. God, this is so stupid. Nah, I don't beat them on straightaways, dude. The CN won a bit of time there. Just a tiny bit. But I surely hold my line. See, I mean, the moment we leave the straightaway, I instantly recover those lost tenths, so it's crazy. Toyota Tacoma Lamb Edition. Maybe if we get enough funding, we can actually build our own. Yeah, this lap is going to be kind of trash, really. I'm gonna lose time here. But it's okay. It is absolutely okay. Now that we're at Fuji, which is more of a rail circuit, those tires are getting lime green by now. Which is more realistic, considering that there are softs running 500 horsepower on a truck. Yeah, it's starting to understeer a little bit through here. We're gonna be up for a couple of interesting final laps, actually. Because the handling isn't there anymore. And it's gonna get worse. Yeah, I lost a chunk of time there. I have to be pretty careful. It doesn't have any handling. Yeah, it doesn't have any handling, but the speed that it has is good enough to recover if I'm not good enough through here. And the tires are starting to give up. So I have to be slower through sections where I was usually faster. But it's manageable. At least it feels manageable because it's only 2 laps more. Well, 1 lap and a half, really. Hey, Bonbreak, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. What I'm up to using a Toyota Tacoma to beat a Cadillac Sian. And other supercars. I already did the first race, so there's 4 more to go. Yeah, I lose time if I don't use second gear, but it's kind of risky to use second gear with these tires. Never mind, I actually won time there. I managed to hold my line much better this time. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, seriously, please give a like on the stream so we can get this channel to more people. And continue doing this for a living in my case. We'll have braked a bit earlier, sure. I have to be super careful through here, because if I spin out, it's game over. And if I lose too much time through these corners, it is also game over. Should be fine. From the way the Tacoma feels, really. But you never know. If you get reckless, then you make mistakes, so you never know. Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. Fuji is one of the most intense races, and it just completely demolished it. 11 seconds over the W12. Jesus Christ. Cry about it, W12. Hey girl, are you a 2000s Toyota Tacoma? Because you are multi-purpose. Yeah, this thing can do absolutely everything, and it doesn't get a wing. I mean, imagine if it got a wing. Imagine how good it will be. Of course, I mean, they had to nerf it down, because if it got a wing, then Jesus. It will be quite the contender. Spira... interesting grid. Yeah, sure, why not? 40-point race. Well, mister, please join my Discord server and send me a message there. The link is in the description to my Discord server for that sort of thing, so it's better to talk it through there, to be honest. But I appreciate your thought, it's really nice that you consider me. I have no idea actually about the lightning. I mean, I never used it. Oh god, traffic jam. It doesn't matter which cars you put into a city, you'll always have the same result. You will put supercars in it and you always have a traffic jam. Ah, god damn it, that thing got ahead. Totally got ahead. Have to deal with the other back car blocking me. So we have 2 Volkswagen Group prototypes paired with a failed supercar from the late 80s, early 90s, a failed Korean sport car, and I don't know who's on 6th place, I forgot, and then there's me on the truck. Surely at the burst grid. I mean, if this was a Netflix show, the cast will be complete. I'm sleep streaming after W12, by the way. It's gonna go into a wall. What did I tell you? It's gonna go into a wall. Going through. The only way to make this more American will be if I was actually driving a Dodge Ram rather than this thing. But the Ram is overdone. Everyone goes and does things with the Ram, and nobody uses the Tacoma, so... yeah. Why not? Then again, I need the Tacoma because it can do Japanese Championship. That's the only reason why I picked it, to be honest. The other trucks can't. This one can. The truck.cool, absolutely. This is probably the main character of the run so far. I mean, the Dodge Charger has a pretty good claim being the American Championship car, which took me ages, to be honest, compared to everything else. But this is probably for me the main character of this playthrough. It has to be. It has to be. There's nobody else who I can think of. Yeah, that car is good enough. It has stolen all the cameras for the playthrough. No, it's this thing. This has to be the representative of this playthrough. Bit early in the brakes. Hello Kamikaze, welcome to the stream. Well, hope you're doing well. So before I started the stream, I was trying a bit of a short test drive made by current driver on the new Ferrari Puro Sangre, and they said a couple of interesting things on their quick drive. Something which makes a lot of sense to me is the fact that they mention it feels more like an evolution of the Ferrari FF line. Which makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because there's probably some lineage of it related to it. And the discontinuation of the GT4 Lusso was probably made to make room for this new Ferrari SUV, really, which doesn't really seem to be an SUV from what they said. It's just more of a four-door Ferrari. Of course, the rumors said that the first run has already been sold, so there's gonna be a bit of demand for them, that's for sure. I think nobody is surprised to know that, and everyone with an ounce of common sense could have expected it. And another interesting thing they said is like that they were test driving it in California, right? And California has lower octane fuel than other areas in the world, it seems, because of course it's California, what do you expect? And the engine was knocking. the unit that they were given had an engine knock, which was probably caused by the lower octane fuel, there's no doubt about that. Which is kind of crazy, because I decided to do a quick Google search, right? And if I wanted to, and if I had a car, I could actually go to a Shell station and get B-Power with 98 octane here. Which is funny, because it seems to me that they have better fuel than the US. At least higher octane. And the Shell stations are just all around the country, so they're not rare. Not that you have to go really far to find them. So that's kind of something I found really funny. Another thing that was mentioned, yeah, the car has a lot of tech, and something that they mentioned, which was told to them by the people who handled the car from Ferrari, they were told that if they were going to take pictures, they should do so with the doors closed. And you may wonder why, because if you open the doors, all of the computers on the car actually turn on, and they can drain the battery in 10 to 15 minutes. Let that sink in for a moment. I think it's getting closer because I'm getting worse at driving. Yeah, I don't know what's the norm for our standard petrol. But it seems to be 95 too, yeah. The premium ones are 97, 98. Yeah, no, it has no off-road capabilities whatsoever. It's not an off-road car. Yeah, I think here we just don't have the middle one, Senko. I think we just skip from the lowest octane one to the highest one. It's just extremes, like everything. Which is fine, you know. Sometimes the third way isn't a good option, really. But then again, I don't really know much about fuel types, because I don't really have to care about those. Because I don't have transportation, I use my legs. And the only fuel that you have to give your legs is kind of what you eat, so that's not a problem for me. I eat pretty well. Too well, to be honest. And that's another race done. By the way, there's only 23 likes and there's over 40 of us, which I'm really grateful that you all have joined me to watch Toyota Tacoma Demolish Supercars. But there's only 23 likes, so I will appreciate if you all could leave a like on this stream. It only takes you a second, and you don't even have to stop watching it. Doesn't cost you anything. So we can do that to get this channel to more people, and I'm sure all of you want to help me out to keep doing this. So you win, I win, it's a fair trade. Oh, it's the fun race, and there's no actually challenging cars. My engines want manpower. Yeah, that's kind of how my life is, really. Okay, wheel spin. But yeah, I mean, looking at it without being too harsh on it, I mean, it just looks like an evolution of the Ferrari FF line, the new Pura Sangre, and that's okay. That's okay for me. It's just kind of funny that they made this whole scandal and deal about it, and in reality, it was just that. I was hoping it to be something at least a bit different. But it wasn't a bit different. Every time that you said it's scary, it absolutely isn't. Hey Holy, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Look at this grid. I mean, there's the Audi Nuvolari and then there's the R390. Those two are way more scary than this thing, than the Cisetta. That's one of the weakest lineups I could get, absolutely, I know. But that's okay. Even drifts for the audience. I mean, this truck does everything. This truck does absolutely everything. It can carry your stuff, it's quick enough to beat supercars, it can go sideways. I mean, what else you could ask out of it? It even has air conditioning, probably. And functional air conditioning, which is probably more than most supercars ever made. And it probably has more room on the inside. Which is probably more than more supercars can ever brag about. I mean, what else do you want? Do you want it to have downforce? Sure, but the grip's good enough. I mean, it's alright. I tap the desk with my controller, that's always good. Can it run Doom and Crisis? I don't know. I'm not sure, bro. This thing came before infotainment, so I'm not too sure. Yeah, the Nuvolari is kind of quick in this game. The crazy thing about the Nuvolari is that it has inbuilt infinite nitros, if I recall. Seriously. Like the HPA Golf in that regard. Yeah, but the Yaris is another sport car, so of course it should be BMWs and other sport cars. Otherwise it wouldn't be a good sport car. Taking credits away from my truck. Yeah. Okay, that's good enough. Another thing is that it's so tall that it can actually eat curves and those things. I mean, in some cars those can be pretty annoying, especially in supercars which are really low and stiff. Not with this thing. Absolutely not a problem with this thing. Ow. Yeah, that corner without downforce is kind of tricky, to be honest. I have to slow down way too much. I never know how much I have to slow down, depending on the car I'm driving. Oh. Yeah, I could totally get behind. I use Cayman. They're kind of out of my reach, though. Talking about things out of my reach, just found a W24 124 coupe for sale. $20,000, but it's pristine, beautiful, completely stock. It is a manual. It is a. It has the inline 6 at the 3 liters, so it's probably the best engine outside the 24 valve, which is even harder to find. And it has a cloth interior. It has a tan cloth interior with good accents. It's beautiful inside and outside. The thing is white. I sent this on my Discord server. Beautiful car, absolutely beautiful. And I was kind of course, it's out of my reach, but rather pretty. Not something I would love to own. The only thing this truck didn't do for now is flying. The Lotus did. Yeah, that's one issue. But it doesn't have wings, so it cannot fly. Nature knows how to balance everything, so I suppose not giving it a wing it's a way to keep things relatively grounded. See, because we were talking about flying, and I'm saying that it's grounded. See, it's funny. Do you get it? 7 seconds over the Audi, Jesus. Absolutely free. I even have time to drift a little bit, see? One sub 120 lap. Interesting that she said this third. I was willing to bet money that the Nissan will get third, but it's kind of close. It was a second away. Eh. Hey Ludicrous Full, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. SLR, HSC, yeah, this car is in relatively alright. Nothing special. Probably the best car is the SLR. I'll say its name. Sonda is okay, Sonda's pretty good. Sonda has weird handling though. Danica does have a wing, the Cargo Petto. I'm not sure if that produces downforce, but you know, this is a game. It could be pretty broken. Maybe it has a downforce modifier, who knows? Went to a BMW car show today, and you should finish that up washing my car, which I'm preparing to put up for sale. Oh, you're putting the MR2 for sale? Or something else? Also, anything interesting on the BMW show? A few days ago, an absolutely beautiful E36 325 or 328i saloon appeared for sale here. Manual, leather interior. It was black, the leather interior, but it had wood accents. Price was good, but the car had over 400,000 kilometers. It's a lot. It is a lot. And of course, I mean, for our standards, the price was, you know, okay. But it's still really high for a car with that mileage. But it looked really clean, so I don't know. I mean, if it was a couple of thousand less, if I could, maybe it will be a good option for content. But I can't. Yeah, sure. Bit of rallying never hurts. It is a truck after all. It's so nice to actually be able to use these curves without fearing that I'm going to go into the sun. So that's nice. Guns are trembling once more. We'll give them a little bit to sweat it out. Don't want to bring their demise too soon, you know. I just gently tapped it. It wasn't intentional, by the way. The truck just went wide on me. Again, okay. I'm going wide again. Probably carrying too much speed, more than I should. Is that a Sunland second? Actually, I think Toyota made Hilux for Dakar, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but for some reason my brain remembers that. Yeah, it's a Sunland second. Hey Nassim, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. One car for my entire life. I don't know. That will be a good question to ask me whenever I have driven multiple cars, but right now, I have no idea. Taking out a couple of those. Yeah, of course you're going to say Honda Jazz Sanko. I'm not impressed. Which reminds me, what's going to happen whenever you find your own Honda Jazz one of these days? I don't really know what's going to... I don't think I want to know what's going to happen whenever you encounter your Fit one of these days. Well, to me it's the Fit's just the same thing, different name. Oh, spin. Even it has enough coins for a coffee break. Yeah, but some of them are just kind of out of reach, really. Those in front are out of reach. Kind of hard to get there. Those are really out of reach, kind of hard to get there. The most reasonable ones to knock out are those. And this one seem close, right? But you have to go so far out to actually touch them that it doesn't make any sense. You lose too much time. And you might be wondering, why do you know all of this? Because imagine that you just have to win a race, right, and knock cones at the same time. Oh my god! See, these ones are also really risky. Oh Jesus Christ! Look who's here. But a Honda Fit can totally be a beater car. They have been built for over 20 years. You can probably find a first-gen Fit for next to nothing in any somewhat reasonable country. Oh, great, we're up for a couple of interesting final laps. Don't tell me that I don't know how to make an interesting race. Oh, great. Great. You just go wide, you crash into me, and then you overtake me. The complete package. Oh, great. Now I understeer. Now I understeer off the corner. Brilliant. No. No. Hey Alex, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I'm actually fighting with a Sonda right now. There's still one lap left. Funny how he got 3 seconds out of me by doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, the Fit is absolutely beater material. I mean, the only places where a Fit isn't beater material is in countries like mine, where a 30-year-old Fit will still probably net you a couple of, well, it's more like 20-something years old, will still net you a pretty penny. But in most places, most normal places, a beater, yeah, Fit is up there. Why is my dream car? Yeah, that's one question which I don't really have a good answer to. I suppose the obvious is any sort of 911 body car. Yeah, I don't think I'm catching up to that thing. The Sonda with its illegal overtake may actually win the race. Kind of funny because I actually sweeped all the races, and of course I go and make a mistake on the last one when there's only 2 laps to complete it. Yeah, the tires take a beating here. Get out of there. You know what? You kind of overtook me by going into the sand, so... Yeah. Questionable, absolutely. Absolutely questionable. That Sonda is now a write-off now. But hey, it's done. Don't ask questions, just enjoy the podium, the first place. Also, the oldest last. Just so you all believe me. Just so you all believe me. We're going to see all of this. We're going to watch it together, okay? We're going to watch this together. I'm going to show you that this thing went into the grass to actually overtake me. My God, look at the size difference between me and the other cars. Because the camera angle was kind of weird, so you'll sit with me. Lap 3. Lap 4. Just one lap more. My God, I was pulling away so hard. I was pulling away so hard until I ruined everything. There I got stuck. And here's where everything goes down. No. Damn you. No, camera, please. Of course I just tapped the wrong button. But you all kind of saw what happened there. You all kind of saw what happened. Then I go on understeer. And that's all there is to it, really. Anywho. You all know what's coming now. I hope it's a good color at least. It's a bit... okay. This is going to be a good car for the action lot. Alright. Favorite classic car? I mean, again, it's just like... it's hard for me to pick favorites. I just don't really work that way. I just like too many things. I don't really want to pick a single one. By the way, there's 44 of us and only 28 likes. I will appreciate if you all could leave a like on the stream, so we can keep bringing this channel to more people, and I can continue to do this for a living if everything goes well. So I'm sure all of you want to help me out. The Tacoma did surprisingly well. But now it's time to see what else there is to tackle. Professional events have been completed for the most part. American events have been completed for the most part. Well, all of them. Never mind. Japanese events are all completed, minus GT Championship. Yes. Makes sense. That is what we want to see. European events have been completed, minus Festa Italiano, Classic Car League, 1000 miles, and DTM. Okay. Okay. So this can go two ways. I can probably work a bit of magic to actually get 1000 miles done in a couple of seconds. Or we can just go and buy the final car and do the touring car series. Personally, I will prefer to get the 1000 miles done. Just get it out of the way. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That is absolutely what we're gonna do. So we're gonna save. Gonna give it a little bit. Here. Gonna put this on here for a moment. Here. Found you. Okay, good. Gonna do this. Okay, now what you're going to witness is magic. Because I'm going to tell the game to actually grant me a victory in 1,000 miles without even doing it. So maybe when we get into this screen, I'm going to get the race done. Hey! Hey, there we go. There, 1,000 miles completed. My mind control powers are astonishing, really. What's funny though is that I actually need that car, because that car is actually one part of one car which I need to complete the playthrough. Hey, well, I mean, you all want me to spend 12 hours doing that? Really? Again? I have done it before, I told you all since the start of the run. This thing I needed. So we're gonna get into this car. You just download a save editor, Kisa. And that's all there is to it. But as far as the rest of the people who aren't watching live is concerned, I have mental control powers, mind control powers, and I can bend the game's will to my desires. I could say that I'm like Charles Xavier, but with hair for now, and I can actually move. Simple as that. Yeah, the thing is, I needed this car for a couple of reasons, and we're going to explain those reasons right now. I needed a classic European car, but I also need an Italian car, and surprisingly this thing meets both criteria. And since you have to get 1,000 miles done, you might as well. I mean, I suppose there are other options. I mean, you could buy the Alfa Romeo Spider. Italian car, classic car. Should work for both. Should be fine, but you have to do 1,000 miles anyway, so yeah. It's gonna be interesting when I reveal all these routes to the public in a video. How people are going to tell me, but you could do X, you could do Y, you could do Z, therefore... Yeah, I mean, that's the point. I mean, that people find their own routes. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this isn't the fastest one. Or the best one. But it's the one that me and the Antikanji, which just kind of threw it together, could come up with. So, yeah, for now. And I think it's pretty solid, because my original count on this challenge was like close to 20 cars. This is slightly over 10. All things considered. Which is good enough for me. Just in case. Yeah, see this thing. This thing is 66, so you could have it for a couple of races. And it's not that expensive, really. It's really pretty, though. Skipping 1,000 miles is probably the best. I mean, sure, but still, I done it I done it like 2 times already live, which is more than most people playing this game can say. Seriously. Yeah, tires aren't really a fact. I mean, yeah, sure, it will be cool to use... well, it will be cool to use more cars with racing slicks, but in reality, for 1,000 miles, it's not a problem, really. Those gears are probably too long for this thing. It has like, no power whatsoever. People had 24 hours of the month can use a save editor to finish the race. I don't know. Good question. Outstanding question, really. Toyota will surely be happy if they could just edit live and suddenly skip 24 hours when they're actually leading the race for once. It shall be okay. Did I remove this? Yes. Remove them. Possible challenge. Have the final gear number not rounded. Excuse me. Excuse me. Seeing uneven numbers triggers me. Therefore, they all have to be round. Sure, I can ignore the gear numbers because of those I don't really have much power over. But my final gear will always be round because it triggers an obsession in me. If I didn't have mental problems, I wouldn't have a YouTube channel, you see. So let me and my problems be happy. Thank you. So we're going to bring this thing to the Fiesta Italiana. 2 laps at Autumn Rain, 2 laps at Monaco, and 2 laps at Infineon. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will seriously consider leaving a like on the stream so we can get this channel to more people. I'm sure all of you want to help me out to continue breaking this game in some shape or form. I'm not even going to bother. Not today. Infinite again? Yeah, that's very Italian of them. Absolutely. Oh. Okay. Sure. Could you leave that GTB alone? My god, that is a beautiful color on the GTB. Fine, you overtake me and brake check me afterwards. I appreciate that. Oh. Right, this isn't a truck anymore. Bumps are actually a problem. You know what's the worst thing? I think this is probably doable. At least on this circuit, this seems doable. For now. Because they're all there. I mean, those cars are the only 4 cars that they have to overtake. And it's not that bad. I mean, this thing drives alright. I will probably make it drive a bit better if I touch it a few settings. Because it feels too slidey. Yeah, the GTV isn't moving, it's completely dead. This circle is so punishing on handling and most of my opponents understeer, so they cannot pull away from me, oh god. Chaos. See, they all went wild already. No, don't do the same. Don't make those mistakes. It's only a 2-lap race, which is kind of annoying. And yeah, in the straightaway, they're gonna start pulling. I hope that... Spider, of course you had to get in the way. Of course. Oh my god, that Fiat Coupe. Now 147 is probably going to do a bit better than those two, so it's gonna be tricky. Because I only have 2 laps. But my god, those... Yeah, they're driving like trash. Jesus Christ, they're driving like complete trash. If I had a lap more... If I had an extra lap more, you see, this will be... simple. Oh god. Get out of here. 3 wide. Oh, no, don't push me. No. No. Ah, of course, of course. The 147 just pushed me off. Seriously. Seriously. Come on, that's cheap. That's so cheap. No, I'm going to do this. This is possible. This is absolutely possible. This is absolutely possible. We're not leaving until this is done. I'll make this a little bit stiffer. Because it feels like it has a bit of body roll. Put this a bit higher. Put this here. Maybe I want to adjust the gearing. Maybe just a bit more. It's funny how you tell me I need to put softer tires and more power, and it was actually... The race was mine, and the game just kind of pushed me off on the last corner of the race. And with a kind of bad first lap, to be honest. Yeah, it's just funny. That's all there is to it, really. It makes me laugh a little bit. And he brake checks me. He managed to overtake me. He brake checks me instantly. Instantly. He doesn't even get half of the car across, and he just stops the brakes. 11 and 17 hurts me so much as battles in the LSD. Well, I'm sorry that I'm not using even numbers. Yeah, I think the slide's a little bit less now. I can throw it into corners a bit more. Yeah, no. That ain't happening. Oh, good. Now I managed to avoid the brake check somehow. And I'm going to overtake this thing right before first couple of corners. Impressive. Oof. That was not impressive. That was actually stupid. That was really stupid, actually. That's gonna cost me. You shouldn't have taken that line and just jumped across the track. No. No. See, this is kind of the problem with this thing. It doesn't like curves at all. So whenever I touch one, it's gonna go high. Yeah, the thing is, if it... even adjusting the LSD by 1 digit actually makes a bit of a difference, so... I always like to be really careful with those and go slowly, rather than just give it 5 points more out of nowhere, because that's not how it works, really. Especially in initial, you can usually run relatively low initial torque in most cases. Depends also how you drive. I really like turning while braking, so it's even more noticeable. If the car is stiff, and increasing the initial and the acceleration will actually make it stiffer, so yeah. Well, not stiffer, it just won't rotate as much. Which is exactly the opposite of what I want. I just want a little bit less of drift, but not that much. Just enough so I can actually throw the car into corners without losing it. I did the same as all of them. Oh god, they're gonna block me. Crashing into them is a big no-no. It loses too much speed. Ah! Pfft. Leave it to the Fiat Coupe to absolutely murder me, of course. Of course. That thing was completely directed at me. It had the sole intention of that thing was murdering me. Like they just fired a missile with my name and everything attached to it. At least I'm getting better at this corner. Yeah, that's much better now. That is much better now. Monaco kind of scares me if I get this done, because it has a lot of uphill sections, and I don't really have the power to compete at uphill sections, sadly. I like Autumn Ring, I really do, it's fun. Reverse is a bit weird though, but it's fine because even the AI can't drive an Autumn Ring reverse, it seems. Which is completely making this race possible. I am allowed to comment on Italian just for this event? I mean, sure, might as well. Can barely make sense of some words in Italian. God, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. I need to block the inside or that thing is going to destroy me. But we're going side by side. I'm holding just fine. What the hell? That wasn't my fault, by the way. He just went wide on his own volition. Did I oversteer? Yeah, The AI Motorland Reverse does something similar as here. They just understeer off the corners. For some reason. He wanted to be pretty aggressive with there, but they're not going wide. That's interesting. They're probably locked on overtake mode. So they're being more reasonable. That's not good. That's not a good sign. It's not like I have ounces of grip either. My grip is relatively limited too. Yeah, they're not understeering. Go figure. Ah, but it's fine. Just need to put the power down. I went wide looking at that delta. Hey, another 200 points race. But A-spec points mean everything in they're just a measure of difficulty, you see. Yeah, such difficulty, wow. Wow, so hard. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nah, there's nothing I can say from here. They're going to murder me at Monaco. There's no argument. Yeah, the corkscrew GT2, they have problems. Yeah. Just in case, now I just want to see if I can actually get consistent 200 points for this. Well, they're probably going to have a better chance at Monaco to make my life miserable. By the way, really, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will really appreciate it if you did. We're only at 31 likes and there's 42 of us. So we need to bring those numbers up. Especially considering what you're watching right now. You don't get to see this sort of thing every day, I assume. Let's put Turbo Stage 1. I hope that it doesn't tank the... No, it's more like 10, but it's probably a bit more torque. How much? Yeah, but there's no way I can actually beat those guys without it, I think. Not in this circuit. I mean, the first section has such a steep uphill that even with this, I think it's gonna be a problem. They just murder me. There's no question about it. Could I try some weird nitro setup? Probably. Well, I want to. These things, with a turbo, it feels a bit more consistent, I suppose. Everything with the 2CV is sleep mode. Imagine living with a 2CV, your life will be so boring. Oh god. Living with a 2CV is a tragedy. Only French could live with a 2CV, and that will explain a few things about them. Great. That's gonna be fine. Doesn't matter which cars you put in a city, they will always cause a traffic jam. I will die on this hill. Typical Italian parking. Is it really that bad? Enlighten us, Alex. Yeah, sure, the Fiat gun just pipes into me. Sure. That works. There's a car on the lead that I don't think I can catch up to. Just gets too far away from me. Unfortunately. The advantage of having a small car, you squeeze into most gaps. How far ahead is that other guy? Is like 6 seconds away. Yeah, what did I say? More like 7. I'm not going to recover 7 seconds in a single lap, by the way. I will be insane. Slowly bring that grid starts. Yeah, sure, let's give a 7-second advantage to the leading car. Yeah, sure, we'll be fine. Let's only make the race 2 laps long, especially. It'll make it feel even more challenging. You can put the emergency blinker, you can park everywhere and no one can say anything. That's going to sound stupid, but I don't know, I think that's kind of useful. Sure, it's a disaster, but it's kind of useful. Sort of chaos as well, if you have to live there and work around. Yeah, no. Hey, it could be worse. Okay, sure, it got stuck. Then we'll have to keep increasing this thing's prowess by putting softer tires now. Because this race is a bit annoying. I wasn't going to recover 5 seconds anyway. That will be insane. The corner is fine. More so the fact that I can recover so much time in such a short distance, really. It means that I need to have a perfect start through here. Coming through. Now that's more like it. This thing is so pretty. This is barely the darkest color available for it, so it doesn't really show, but it's so pretty. Such a good looking car. It's like driving a work of art, really. Yeah, you can get stuck on that corner, yeah. If you just go too hard into the curve, you'll get stuck consistently. Doesn't help that this thing is really small and can actually get into that gap with ease, so I have to be careful. 2 seconds in a single lap is more manageable with the pace I'm holding. Even if I'm not going to overtake it on the uphill. Kia reminds me of the SL300. There's a special version of the Gale Skeleture called Sprint Special, really, if you translate it from Italian. I don't really know how many they were made, or why they were made, or who designed them, but they're insanely cool. And it's not like a car which there's like one. There's a couple made. A good few, I think. Of course, it just kept going that wall. Come on. We both understeer, it's fine. Gonna break a bit earlier than I did though. Slow corners aren't its strong suit, being a front-wheel drive car. So I managed to get first place before the finish line. Again. Even if I had to modify it a little bit. More of a track layout thing than anything else, really. SL147. We still have one race to go. Ah, the 25% car. If only had I use for this thing. Too bad it's just going to be another price car which lives on my garage. Body was made by Bertone. Oh, okay, good. I'm not sure if this could be done with only an A stage 1. I'm curious. I'm seriously curious. I mean, we could give it a try, right? A single try. Well, let's just give it a single try. Just one try. Please tell me you got 200 points. Ah, you want me to use mediums? Seriously? Seriously, you want me to put on mediums? Fine, I'll put on mediums. Fine. Fine, game. Or I could just put soft tires and remove this. Yeah, I could do that. Please tell me that works. That works. Come on, speed this up. I want to see if this is possible. Oh, they've 156 on the lead and they ahead of me. Yeah, sure, they have much more speed than me, but that was the case before. Also, this is a... Oh. Oh. Okay, no, I'm not gonna win if I do that. Oh, I forgot. Oh my god. What is wrong with me? Did I leave my brain on the bed today or what? There, finally. 200 points. There we go. Come on. I seen it in picture. I know, I'm lying. I actually seen a real Gilia with my own eyes. Not the Quadrifogli, but I seen one of those. They're really pretty cars. Absolutely stunning cars. I adore them. Hey. I think the Delta is going to be a problem from my previous experiences. The Delta doesn't understeer in corners. Well, kind of. It's not like a front-wheel drive car. And yeah, it's more powerful than I am, but it's also much heavier. I'm so much lighter than all of these cars, actually. Get out of here. Yeah, no, there's no rules to handle a spec point race. I'm gonna do everything to win it. I don't care. He's gonna go. He's gonna steal my. The Fiat Coupe stole my job. I actually seen that. He went into the cones. Yeah, you pronounce it Giulia. Really? I guess that's more normal to me because I'm more used to Italian pronunciations, some of them. But yeah. That's how you pronounce it. How far ahead is he? I'm holding, but I'm not gonna recover 4 seconds in a single lap. Maybe. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna recover 4 seconds in a single lap if I understeer like that. I want to see if there's another grid without a Delta on the lead. Because if the Delta doesn't start on the lead and one of those understeer machines starts on the lead, then there's a chance. Not the best one, but there is one chance. Hey! Yes, this grid. Oh boy, this grid looks like understeer. Ah, no way. No way, of course the game just punishes me. The game punishes my creativity, so I just have to modify the car more now. 144. God damn it, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I doing this to myself? There we go. How bad is this going to be? I don't care, if they all understeer, it doesn't matter. I'm betting on that. That's what I'm gambling on. Oh, 156 in red. That's totally a dream car. Oh my god, there's a 166 on the lead, which is probably the worst car you could put on first place. This is the grid. And they're not pulling away from me either, which is impressive. Also, that shade of green on the GTV is beautiful. It's a shame, it's just becoming another patch of grass now. The Alphas are invading America? Oh, you wish. They're actually pulling out from America, it seems. They're discontinuing cars because they don't sell. Ah, the 166 lost the lead. 147, please behave. Thank you. Ah, hey, look at that, he stole my job. L166 stole my job, and he did it so well, which is kind of embarrassing, really. How far? He's like 4 seconds ahead, isn't he? He's like 4 seconds ahead, isn't he? Yeah, let's try. I always round up. It's 4. You should clip that. You should clip as many things as you like and share them on Discord. There's a link dedicated to YouTube clips. If you haven't joined my Discord server, the link is in the description. Don't tell me that that guy isn't going to understeer, because that's gonna be tragic. If the GT doesn't understeer, then that's going to be tragic. Come on, they always go wide on this corner, please. Do me a favor. Yes, he went wide. Yes, yes, he's losing time. Yes. Come on. God, it has no acceleration whatsoever. It has no acceleration whatsoever. Again, please? Yes, he's doing it again. He's doing it again. Just don't crash into me. Don't crash into me, Alpha GT. You really want to crash into one of these things? They probably cost more than your entire livelihood. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. He was there. He was right there. Yes! Yes! 200 A-spec points. Another one. And it didn't take me too long, actually. That's really fun. The things I do just because I can. Things I do to entertain you all too. This is all for your entertainment. This is not for me. I mean, if anything, the easy thing will be to actually do all these races with like 1 A-spec point and just cheese them all. But no, I actually try to make them hard to actually be entertaining for you all. Oh yeah, they win an Alfa Romeo. I mean, it's a pretty cool car, but I don't need it. Hey, look, I actually unlocked Autumn Rank. Where are you? V6 DTM. I have a lot of money, I don't really need the money. It's not going to be the touring car, don't get your hopes high. Is that for the TM? You're kind of missing a couple of shots if that's your bet for the TM. Time to do more classic car races though. By the way, there's 43 of us and only 32 likes, so you should leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. So we can get this channel to more people and more people can see me do 200 A-spec point races and cheese the AI as much as possible. Give me a second. You know, the SL is the only scary thing. The SL is the only car which actually scares me here. This about 1,000 miles, classic car league. All these classic car events are probably most uneven when it comes to grid management because you can have a big special or a 427 or all slow cars. There's no in between. Jesus, one time we were playing this and the only interesting things were like a race between two Fiat 500s of all things. So yeah, these races are super hard to manage when it comes to grid. Comes to grids, actually, should speak properly. Alpha on Alpha violence? The GTA Gil is actually pretty cool. Yeah, I like those things. But it's kind of hard to get for this playthrough. It will require me to buy more cars, which I don't want to. You know the championship is kind of atrocious when the most interesting thing is a battle between two Fiat 500s though. Gonna build a Yellowbird with Lego. That's actually interesting. Hope it works out for you, previous. Oh, okay. Sure, that's a racing line. The tires on this thing look so slim though. They're so tiny. Well, they're not tiny. They're just really narrow. My god, you can totally notice that. Kinda looks very funky. It's fine. It's just probably Nürburgring guy just didn't adjust the suspension for it. But it doesn't drive badly. The traps are right, really. Well, at least I like it. I think most old cars have really narrow tires, but then when you think about it, it makes sense because this thing is small. This is a really small car. I mean, the engine is an inline-4 1.6, it's a super small car. So of course it's gonna have small tires, it doesn't really need massive tires. The 300 SL is going to murder me in the straightaway. There is no question about it. It's going to murder me. The fun thing is that I can take this corner without braking. It's like I'm just doing a highway cruise. I'm just clocked dead at 6,000 RPM. No, Shadow, I'm not using the CLK LM for GTWC. You'll have to wait and see to see which car I'm using for GTWC. It won't be long before you find out. That makes you happy. You're the Julie here is kind of slim, so it probably eats a lot of greens. The CLKLM just does GTW just fine. I mean, it's kind of a shit handling car, to be honest. No, it's not the best car you can pick. I mean, you'll probably do much better just grabbing a JGTC car. Seriously. Putting a stage 4 turbo in it and calling it a day. Something like the Big War said is excellent. I'd rather use that than use the CLKLM, seriously. The CLKLM was seriously ruined by polyphony for some reason. I don't know why. They just ruined that car. It's fine, it's not the best choice. Yeah, but my point is that, yeah, sure, it's fine, but my point is that even in the group of fine choices, there are better choices for that, so getting the CLKLM is more of a... either you really want to, you don't know any better, or you just like suffering. It's either one of those three. There's not many options. Because sure, there are cars which are fine, but they are actually fun to drive. The CLKLM is kind of trash to drive. That's the problem that it has. It's just really bad. It's a really bad handling car. 787B's and weak. 787B's probably at the top of the competitive list. Sure, it's a bit slower on the straightaways, but it's really quick anyway. R390, yeah, R390 is kind of handicapped, really. 15 seconds ahead. I can do this. I can take the time and do that. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, you totally should, because we are looking to get this channel even to a bigger audience, so your like surely helps to get that far, and it only takes a second while watching the stream if you haven't already. Yeah, we could say. It's unfortunate because... It's really unfortunate because the CLKLM was outstanding. But for some reason, they just gave it really bad stats on GT4. Which makes it kind of useless against all the other LMPs. Yeah, the XGR15 was totally a car which deserved to be in GT4 and wasn't. I don't know if it will be competitive. I think it wouldn't be competitive. It will have the same issue as the XJ220. But my god, it's a cool car. Ah, this is Fuji 80s. I always assume it's Fuji 90s. So whenever it's Fuji 80s, I am surprised, really. I just find it funny that it's literally the same as Fuji 80s, 90s. The chicane is still there. You only have to add a couple of things to actually make it Fuji 90s. Like a barrier and removing the cones. Simple. Sure, let's just pull into the red line. It will be fine. Low revs are actually bad for engines, so you have to rev it out from time to time. Last place. I don't know who's on last place, actually. I have no idea. We're going to find out when I cross the finish line, because, my god. See, this is what I mean. This tournament, the grids just don't make sense, because the performance difference between all the cars is just like that. You have one car which is super competitive, then a couple of cars which are on the middle, and then two cars which are just outright useless. It's just so hard to balance for these races. Today's going by so slowly. I assume you're working, Random Max? Ah, it's the Carmanguia, of course. Of course it's the Carmanguia. I should have known. Hey, B, nah, we don't do that in this channel. I will ensure that I actually make fun of the Carmanguia on every single race from now on. I actually like the Carmanguia. I mean, seriously, I think it's a super cool car. I don't know how much they're asking for one, but I know they're kind of hard to find. They were really expensive when they came out, and they were nothing more but a Volkswagen Beetle with a good ball, with a carbon body. So there's not much that justifies having one outside the looks. It's just a purely aesthetical choice. But they're really pretty cars. Oh my god, the 300 SL is spilling my... He's spilling the Alpha. How dare he? Yeah, it's such a pretty car. If only it wasn't a Beetle with a prettier body on it. They're non-existent in Argentina, as far as I know. And there's probably a handful If they exist in Brazil, there probably a handful were brought, but that's as much as I am willing to risk. Just doesn't seem like the type of car that will sell here, I guess. Especially at that, maybe at that time, but still. Depends on how many there were. You know, we had Beetles, that's for sure. We had a couple of those. We even had Fuscas from Brazil a little bit later on the line. Oh. I know these races are a bit boring, but once we have to get them done. They're gonna be completed relatively quickly. I will stay tuned because we're going to get DTMs done today. And probably JGTC, depends on how we're doing on time. I mean, honestly, if I wanted to, I could skip the last race of this tournament, which I might do. Because it's not like I'm starving for money. Yeah, again, another set of European events which have more Japanese circuits than actually European circuits. I mean, so far we're 2-2. Nürburgring and Opera Paris, and this, and the last race is probably in Monaco, because it's always Monaco. Oh yeah, no one tell them that what we found on the last stream. Why the Mini is second? What has happened that the Mini is second? Okay. The DSL just went into a wall or something. Please tell me that the orders are funky and there's something going on. No. Same as always. Eh. I got excited for nothing. Yeah, you know, I think I'm gonna skip the last race. I really won. Tournament is mine, and the funny thing is, since the Gilly starts on first, the SL is never going to get the full points. Second for life. Second for life, oh my god. Hey, Juanma, thank you so much for the super chat, I appreciate that. Hello everyone, Yellowbird, please nunca vexe nada. One day, don't you worry. It's the first donation of the stream, and I remind you all that this channel is funded by you, the viewer. Your support is everything to me, as it's exactly how I make a living, so every single donation matters a lot at the end of the month. So I appreciate that. Put on that. Put on that. Yeah, sure. Hey, look, it's the meme car. Hey, meme car. Hey, yeah, sure, get out of here. Well, we don't want you. We don't want you. Nobody wants you. Okay. So what's left to do here? There's only one event. DTM cars. So, which is going to be my DTM car of choice? It's obviously not going to be the 155, which I just got. No. It's going to be something else. And in order to find it, we have to go to Audi. And in order to we have to go to the end of the grid and get this thing. The Audi ABT TTR. This is going to be my final car of the playthrough. So, you all know what that means when I say final car, don't you? It means that this thing has to complete GT World Championship as well. So the final set of races are going to be done with this car. There's no turning back now, this is my car. Last car of the playthrough. There are a few things to be completed before the playthrough is over. I knew it was going to be the TTR. Well, I mean... Yeah, I mean, I suppose there's little... else to choose. It's probably the best DTM car. And there's something really funny, because, you see... You can enter anything to the JGTC Championship. Absolutely anything you want. But for the DTM, the cars are restricted. The ideal way, if the world was perfect, this... We will be able to use a JGTC car for this and GT World Championship. But we can't. Sadly. So yeah, this is going to be the car of choice for until the end of the playthrough. Yeah, it's not as fast as the GT Spec 2. I need more context about it. Is it a running joke from your country, like every wife from Tuscany wants pizza nook? No. It's a bit more... It's a bit more personal / regional, actually. It's just a district on Provincia de Buenos Aires, which is where I live. I live in Buenos Aires, so it's just one of the many districts which have a reputation. Let's just put it that way. Honestly, I don't really need much setup work for this, but whatever. Might as well get it done while we're here. By the way, if you just joined and you haven't left a like on the stream, you totally should leave a like on the stream, so... With this thing keeps on growing, I can actually do more things with this channel. There's going to be a few interesting things coming up soon, so I'm sure all of you want to stay tuned and find out about those. Nice, adjusted. It's this, the one I want to tweak a little bit. GT4 UI is gorgeous. I mean, yeah, it's alright. It's pretty, yeah. Let's go. Thing is, I'm going to rack a few 100 miles by doing this and JGTC championship with this car. So it's going to be pretty beaten by the time I get to GT World Championship. This thing is pretty good, has pretty good handling, to be honest. Really good handling. Completely nuked my teammate. Hey Juanma, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Cositas incoming. Yes, there's little things incoming. Cositas, as we say in Spanish. So stay tuned, chat. Yeah, you absolutely should. If all goes well, I'm going to... Oh god, I murdered that Alfa Romeo. If all goes well, everything should come out in the next couple of days, because I still have to set something up. It took a bit longer than I expected, but... yeah. I still need to finish one part of the setup. And I'm not sure... I absolutely think none of you are going to expect what's coming. Seriously. But it's probably going to mean... It's going to mean a lot for the channel, and... yeah, it'll probably mark the new direction the channel is going to go into for the next... At least it's going to be one part of my new channel plans, I guess. Oh. My god, that doesn't really want to give up. Truly the spirit of Max Verstappen. I mean, in Spanish everything can mean absolutely... In Spanish anything can be an insult, anything can be turned into something sexually. It's just one of those languages. It's the magic of Spanish. You can do a lot of things with it, and you can completely change the meaning of a word depending how you say it. Literally. Depending on the tone you give to the word, it can mean either something flattering or something insulting. That's the magic of it all. Hey then, FS Kid, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. The showcase of Yellowbird 2. It's going to be a bit different than that. That's just how every language is. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I do feel that it's more effective in Spanish. I mean, I have to give it that extra bit. I like the blue brake light on this thing. It's just so cool. But you can't see it because it's obstructed by the wing. Which is a really weird mounting point for the wing when you think about it. It's just mounted to the lower side of the car. And then to the diffuser. Don't let the... God. Don't let the race crew discover that you can mount wings to the lower side of a car. Thank God they didn't realize. Green alien singing Dame tu così. Oh God, no, that's pretty old. That's all the Spanish brain rot, actually. Last thing I expected to hear here, this channel. TGD got through Mission 34 without brakes? That's insane. Today's episode on my run is kind of preparing everything for the final sweep, really. Just completing the last remnant events before heading for the finale. Even if I don't beat that CLK, we're completely fine. I think I still have a chance. Ow. She was just killed at the end of the cell. Yeah, it can be pretty frustrating. The thing doesn't lend itself to be loved, let's just put it that way. Do you have plans for something after this challenge already? Maybe. Maybe. Probably going to be a different game. That much I can tell you. Got up to this kind of final lap of the race. Even 50 assault rifles in this stream. You wish, Tradox. You wish I got paid in assault rifles. You know how much money I could make off that? You know how much better I will sleep at night knowing that no matter who tries to do something against me, I'll defend myself? Nah, I mean... nah. Uh-oh. Eat. Yes. Yes. Securing first place right at the end of the race. That's how the professionals do it. That's how you create drama and make people believe that it's actually hard, when it's not really hard. If even myself, half asleep and just with 2 cups of coffee in my body, I can get this done, then the bar isn't that high, really. No, it's always a good day when you get to race at midfield. And it's not the reverse variant. No, the Yellowbird can't get any use in this challenge. Because you need a boxer car to unlock it, and there are better options for boxer cars. Because, you know, you'll have 2 boxer cars and one is completely irrelevant. Crazy not seeing the Opel Astra and Calibra. Some grids don't have them, but it's pretty interesting because there's 3 Audis in this grid. Me, another TT, and an A4. Yeah, you kind of suck without a rolling start, don't you, CLK? Kind of suck when you don't get 5 second, 6 second advantage over me. Absolutely incompetent. By the way, if you just joined and you haven't left a like on the stream, I will seriously appreciate that you did, so we can get this channel to more people, and I'm sure all of you want to help me to keep growing. It's only a couple of seconds of your time, and you don't even have to stop watching. Yeah, I'm pretty fond of the Calibra, but a good Calibra is kind of a... It's an unicorn car. Good luck finding one, and if you find one, they're going to be hyper expensive. I mean, if you find a Calibra Turbo, yeah, you're kind of lucky if you found it in a decent shape. And if you found the all-wheel drive Turbo in decent shape, you might as well just call it a day. You got a lottery ticket there. For years there was a red Calibra for sale here, and the condition wasn't good. It wasn't an interesting spec either. It was a 2-liter naturally aspirated one, but it was such a pretty car. Such a beautiful car. Yeah, they're not easy to find. They weren't easy to find a couple of years ago. Now it's probably worse. And it's an Ultima off the highway with the bumper dragging. So the Ultima stereotype remains as a true. It remains completely true. Excellent. Imagine, I mean, it's pretty stupid. I mean, just remove the bumper. If it comes loose and it does something, it's on you. That's not a risk I will be willing to run, personally. But I'm not them. Maybe they see the world differently. I don't know. Maybe they never face any sort of repercussions for doing stupid stuff. I find it so funny that this car has Sony Walkman advertisement. I remember when those phones were a thing and when they disappeared. There was a time where the Sony Ericsson Range was kind of the hot phone to have in the early 2000s here. And it just died off really quickly. Then they just disappeared from the market and nobody wanted them anymore. Man, I'm old. All of these things make me feel old. Oh yeah, yesterday. Yesterday I went out for barbecue with my mother. We went to eat something. And there's this place near my home which is decent, and they're kind of outdoors. So while we were eating, a random orange cat appeared and it wanted food, so of course I gave him a bit of meat. The poor thing needed to eat. It was adorable. A little orange cat just walking around, and we were kind of we got there a bit early, so we were the only ones with food at the time, so of course it went straight to us. But yeah, I encountered an orange cat yesterday, and today while I was running I encountered a Labrador on the park, a retriever, and it just I passed by running and it just started to make its way towards me. Of course, I just had to stop my run and say hello. I couldn't stop myself. It was really funny. Final lap of the race. It's funny how DTM races are just kind of easy no matter what you pick. Even with the 190, they're relatively simple. Sure, you'll have a closer race with the 190, but they're not that far from what I remember. JGTC with the 190 is tricky though. The downforce difference is just too big to manage. Which is kind of unfortunate. I would have loved to use the 190 for this, but it's not qualified. It's not qualified for JGTC, let alone GT World Championship. Poor thing. And for those wondering, is the Alpha the same? The Alpha is even worse because it's all-wheel drive, and it has all-wheel drive wear. It's tire wear, so it's even worse for longer races. Probably a bit better on pace. I think it has a more downforce, if I recall. But yeah, they're kind of on the lower tier of DTM cars, which is unfortunate. Speed ring. Here it goes. I actually really like those CLKs. The round headlights. I think they're really cool cars. My problem is that most of them here are automatics, which is kind of disappointing because people kind of sleep on them. They think they're old people cars in quotation marks. So the usual suspects don't go for them. What that means is that you can find decent ones for prices which, I mean, they're high for me. Everything's high for me, but you know, if I had a bit more, it was consistent, I could consider them. On the range of $10,000 cars, you can actually find some CLKs from time to time. From that early generation, I don't remember the code. They're mostly 320s with the with the automatic box. Sometimes a few 200s with the compressor engine appear, and those usually tend to be manuals because they're the Sport Edition. And rarely, like next to once in a blue moon, you find the 430s with V8s. Those are all automatics. There's nothing you can do about those. Sometimes also convertibles, but convertibles are hiked up to the moon in here. There's literally, I mean, it's not legal, but there's a convertible tax, I mean, in the market. Convertible cars usually cost double or triple their coupe counterparts, which is stupid because in a place with high crime, nobody will buy a convertible. And seriously, that's kind of the mentality that there is. Most people don't want a convertible. No, you have to pay fortunes for them, despite the fact that they have no market. One day I'll talk about that. One day I'll talk about car prices and markets and shed some light, because I noticed that there's a lot of... well, a lot of people are wrong when they talk about car markets, and... yeah, I still haven't gotten the time to actually dig up into all the resource hunting for that video. I don't really want it to be, you know, just random guy on the internet talks about things, and I just want to have information to actually prove my point and kind of use it to establish myself. I hope nobody steals my video in the process. As it has happened already. What's the best worst car you ever found in Argentine marketplace for sale? I mean, what do you mean by best worst? Either a car that's really good and bad condition, a car that its advertisement is so bad that it's good, a car which is so atrociously overpriced for its segment that it's just stupid. I'm thinking of multiple things for best worst. But if you can narrow it down for me, I can totally give you an answer. For context, a few days ago I encountered an advertisement, and if I said this, Mercedes-Benz C-Class, compressor C-Class C200 from the... it was a 2007, no, a bit earlier. The one with the 4-round headlights, the one which came after the W202, W203 restyle. So, I encountered this thing, and the advertisement literally said... it was complaining that some people asked for a description of the car in the advertisement. And the guy said literally, and I quote, "It's a Mercedes-Benz, us who know about it know that you only need pictures to judge these cars." And the pictures he took were absolutely shit. The car you couldn't see it properly, they were blurry. And in some pictures you could actually see scrapes on the bumpers and other weird things. So the pictures were bad, there was no description, and of course you need to put something about the car, so you want me to pay you $9,000 for a 20-year-old car, at least do the effort of writing something. No, that's too much to ask, is it? Taking good pictures is also too much to ask, is it? You just want to get paid. But the thing I found curious, which usually doesn't happen, this person had other services on their seller's account, and they were a lawyer. Like they were a lawyer offering services, and they made a shit advertisement for a car. Insane, absolutely insane. That one's still on my brain because it's just so funny. The best car in the worst pricing or conditions? Oof. Yeah, I can actually think about a couple of those. Usually the king of those good car, bad condition are subs, because subs are... Parts for subs around here are unobtainium. And they brought a fair number of them in the 1990s, so you can find them for sale from time to time. And since most people don't know what the hell is a sub in this country, they kind of go under the radar. But the problem is, if something breaks, good luck. Good luck, because you're not going to find a part for that thing. So in a lot of cases, the subs usually are the first thing which comes to mind when it comes to good pricing or cars in bad shape which appear. Alright, Random, thank you for dropping by. Then you have all the, the usual things. You have cars which appear... usually the most absurd are cars which are... NPC commuter cars. Those cars which people buy because their neighbor has them or their friends has them. Or they just see them all the time on the street, so they assume they must be reliable, cheap to maintain, the usual things which people usually fall for, okay? So usually those cars tend to be really expensive because there's demand for them, right? So you have cars which are over 30 years old, like say a Fiat Uno, which still has an insane amount of demand, despite the fact that it's absolutely a tin can and you will probably die if you look at it the wrong way and the metal starts bending. And it's probably ridiculously easy to steal, so nobody wants to insure it. But hey, parts are cheap, so sure. Let's put this Fiat from the 1990s for $5,000 and up. Despite the fact that it's on its third engine rebuild and the interior isn't that good and it's kind of rusting, but sure. You encounter things like those. You encounter things like those all the time. Because people want those, oh, but they're easy to maintain, and the whole story. Everyone knows the story. There's always a case in every single country under the sun. But no, those are probably the worst cars you can buy. What have you said about the Fiat Uno? The same applies to the Gold, to all the common cars around here. You can say Fiat 147 if it helps you sleep at night. Or Volkswagen Gol, or Corsa Classic. God, I hate the Corsa Classic. Hey, it's almost a second. It's on discount. A second on discount. $9.99. Usually then cars which are kind of rare and interesting, they are all overpriced to the moon. I mean, a few days ago somebody sent me an S13 Nissan 240SX, the naturally aspirated one with an automatic in relatively rough condition for $15,000. It's the least desirable S13. But no, it's a $15,000 car in here. And there are turbo S13s here. There's very few S13 turbos here. They exist. But if you find one, it's probably a $20,000 car, and it has already been modified, as always. So good luck. Cases like those are probably the most, I won't say annoying, but they're clearly the most stupid, because in order to price something high, there needs to be a market for it. That's the part people don't understand. If I want to sell a chocolate cake in a society which is full of diabetics, I cannot charge it $1 million for the cake. Since nobody wants to eat the cake, the value of the cake is 0. If nobody wants to buy the car because nobody knows what it is, the value of the car is probably less than you imagine. But a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people say, oh, this is cool and desirable in other corners of the world, and it's desirable here. Well, it's not that desirable if I can maintain it, you see. It's not desirable if there's nobody who knows how to work on it. If I can't find any single part. My best worst finding was a Triumph Spitfire. Ooh, interesting. Was a piece of junk, needed to be restored. The buyer says, I don't have spare parts, I don't know if the engine works. Well, at least he was honest. Ricara la torta. Ejemplo, es un ejemplo. I'm like selling one in a society full of astemis. Exactly, one. The logic is the same. And that's a big problem with people. At the same time, when the people who report on car prices, like, a few days ago I was watching a video saying, oh, these cars are undervalued. Yeah, but based on what they are undervalued? Your own judgment? Your own judgment is irrelevant. If you just want to crank up the prices of certain cars, at least tell me so. Don't try to influence the market in such a dishonest way. Because if those cars aren't expensive, then there's a reason why they aren't expensive. Like, I was watching this Doug DeMuro short that was uploaded, and he said, oh, the Bugatti Veyron is undervalued. But then people are scared of its maintenance, so that's why it's undervalued. You just realize that's the problem with the car, that it's just ridiculously expensive to maintain. I'm not going to do this race. I don't like the Sorgon. I already won. The car costs the same as a private jet to maintain. Nobody wants to put up with that. So of course that's going to affect the value of the thing. So it's not like it's undervalued. People just don't want to put up with it. Completely different story. And that's where the subjectivity of value enters and all of that. But of course that people don't realize that. But at the same time, they don't think that they're making all those tiny choices every single time they go to a store and they decide to buy, I don't know, Pepsi instead of Coke. And every single little choice like that, the subjectivity is always there. Where are you? There you are. My god, that's the biggest paycheck I will see in my entire life. Surely wish it was that easy. God, I wish it was that easy. Right, we conquered the European GT scene, now it's time to conquer Japan. With the magic of an oil change. That's all it takes. Probably. That's going to be a bit harder than DTM. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will seriously appreciate that you did leave a like so we can get this channel to more people. And I'm sure if you want to help me out to continue growing. And it's gone. Yeah, well, I like money. That's the only thing I care about for the time being. I like money and I wish I got paid for actually driving cool cars, but I'm not that fortunate in life, you see. So I have to drive them in a game in hopes that I can actually do that in real life. This grid looks intimidating. The Pittsburgh setup thing is really good. The Sanabi R34, that's also really good. Hey, somebody brake check the Supra. 3853 downforce. Not the best. The JGDC cars have 5070, which is insane. I don't know who brain like that, but whoever did this surely did no efforts on hiding the Japanese bias on GT4. Yeah, the Sanabi is really quick. It's fun, mate. Absolutely fun. You know, if it was someone else, it would probably be a problem. I can actually overtake them on the track without a problem. All I needed was a single lap. No, it absolutely can. It's not a cold. It's it's 100% a fact that has been done before, and it's not that hard. Especially with the pitwork set. The pitwork set is better than the Sanabi, and it's absolutely competitive at GT World Championship. It's not as it's 100% certain that you can. It has been done before by multiple people. There's no doubt about it. Probably the late. I think the wood on Supra is fine as well. I don't remember racing it much, but I think it's pretty competitive too. Is it going to be used for GTWC? Yes. I mean, I'm here doing it. I mean, isn't that enough? Y'all treat me like I can drive. It's fucking ridiculous. Sunset 2 will actually be pretty competitive for GTWC. It's actually a ridiculously good car. Really forgotten car, but it's really good. I don't really remember it much, but it's one of the best cars you can get your hands on. Yeah, all-wheel drive is a handicap. I mean, all-wheel drive is a handicap because it has higher tire wear than other cars. So it's not an advantage. You probably want it to be rear-wheel drive or mid-engine for tire wear purposes. So there's that to consider always. If a car is all-wheel drive, then it's always going to have a handicap in these events because the tire wear is going to be worse. Just that simple. Yeah, see, because that's the all-wheel drive problem. It has really high tire wear on the front. The direction of all-wheel drive will happen direction wrong because if tire wear is higher, it means you cannot stay less in track, and therefore, all-wheel drive will not outbalance the wear of the tires. It's impossible to do that. That is not correct. The only thing you'll land is straight up in a wall, because you'll understeer on the first corner after 5 laps. No, no, you can't. It's just a problem with all-wheel drive cars. It's just the way they are set up in the game. Difference or where you have heavy front tire wear. Yeah, but the Supras have the same issues the Skylines in a way, don't they? Because different years have different stats, and the lower you go, the worse they are. They are. By example, like the Pennzoil Skyline, it's the worst JGTC Skyline because it's the oldest. I don't really remember if the same logic applies to Supras, or it's at least more manageable. But I assume the same logic applies. The thing is, Supras start a bit later because the first Supra is 2001. I think they're all 2001s starting the Castrol Supra, and then onwards until the Woodon, which is 2004. I don't really know who thought it was a good idea to make this 10 races long, but sure. Whatever makes you happy, Balifon. I don't really know which car I used to be GT World Championship first. All I know is that it was on PAL, so tire wear was really bad, handling was really bad too. So I probably used something like the Nissan R92 CP from the use of dealership. If I remember handling being bad. It's probably probably one of those things. Oh god, it's the short bearing, what the hell? Right. You have 2 Suzuka races. See, this is my point. This championship should have 10 races. What the hell? Why? Why are we racing in Suzuka short? Well, with the highest best race cars that Japan has to offer. We're just racing in a buttress circuit. Still, a little bit of creativity never hurts. I mean, most European races take place in Japanese circuits, so they surely have creativity for those. Why not for this? And install laps long, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna get pretty good at this section of Suzuka. Some people say that it does slightly. It's really minor. It doesn't really make much of a difference, really, but it's there. The thing is, in order to notice it, it doesn't really make a difference. I mean, it's there, but it's really small. I can find. Yeah, exactly. It's really absurd. The circuit is so repetitive that my brain completely shut off for 4 laps or so. Automatic brain rot. Now, of course, the moment I break focus, the moment I understeer. Classic. I mean, it's funny because the pitwork says it's going to be pretty close to me. Maybe the circle is small, but I think it's always going to be there, which means it's going to be pretty tough to play out with points. This is a Martola run. Yeah, I mean, if this was beginner course, it will be much worse. But I could swear that there's a race in Motorland here, or I'm wrong, or I'm just hallucinating thanks to being stuck here for 8 minutes and counting. I didn't do Dream Car Championship. Motorland is in the K Caravan. Yeah, but I could swear that there's a race in one of those driving park circuits here. I know there's a race on Super Speedway here. At least one. Motorland in K Car. You haven't pretty stupid, but I will embrace the stupidity, I suppose. Right, finally. 10 minutes of that. What's next? Race. Formula GT doesn't have beginner scores, no. Oh, great, it's Seoul. F1 in Korea moment. Formula GT has a race on high-speed ring, which is kind of weird. Probably that's the one you're thinking of. All for layouts and multi. No! Yeah, that will be torture. We probably have the full course here on Super Speedway. That's 2 races. Then we have Hong Kong and Suzuka. Not in that order. I'm just trying to figure out which circuits are present in this tournament. Because I don't remember at all. Funny how the 99 pencil just sucks compared to all the newer GTRs and JGTC. The options available that you have. It's just so much worse. This could be useful if the bitwork set stays on 3rd. Always good to keep my closest opponent down on points. Ow. What's gonna happen if I just do that? I was getting closer, now I lost everything. I can catch up to the Sanavi, but I still have issues. Well, not issues, I just have a lower pace overall. And he's faster on some sections. So if I'm not careful, like I do mistakes like that, I'm not catching up to it. But I can shrink a few seconds or distance. Or so it seems whenever I drive properly. But I'm not driving properly. So it makes sense that I'm actually not recovering any time whatsoever. Yeah, I don't think this one's on my side. Yeah, in a way it's kind of the same. I mean, I do make mistakes, but the thing is that what's the word I want to use? we're really even. We are really even with one another. So anything I do which isn't perfect instantly shows off in our splits. And I'm faster on certain sections, see, and he's much faster on certain sections, like that. So wherever I recover a few tenths, he recovers them back on a different section of the track, so it's kind of hard to break away from this situation, really. Oh, okay, sorry, just bumped into my microphone arm. Sorry, that must have been quite loud, actually. I'm much faster on that first corner than they are now. Not much I know, but through here I'm slower. It's the lack of downforce. That corner is really downforce reliant when you're going at speed, and I don't have it. So I have to brake much harder than they do, and take a much slower line than they do, which means I lose time. And my lap time got slightly better though. See, I'm really fast on that first corner. Surprisingly so. But here, car goes so stiff that I have no other chance but to slow down, and that costs me a lot. Serious lots. GT6 is a single credit. Using a Ferrari GTO against LMP, a 250 GTO? There's a couple of GTOs, so I'm kind of confused. I don't really know which cars are available on GT6. Damn it. Even without the wall tap, it will have been kind of bad, but still. Maybe I could have shrunk down or gapped to sub 2 seconds without that wall tap. Kind of unfortunate, really. I just have to see in which circuits I'm actually at a disadvantage and then qualify, it seems. This is the car chosen to beat GT. Yep! This is my GTWC car, the Audi TC. I'm doing okay, I guess. The usual. 0 points. Nothing. But the pitwork set is actually full. Interesting. Yeah, that actually works in my favor. Interesting race overall. It really does work in my favor when the points are split like that. Fuji Speedway 90s, okay. This should be a bit more easy. Forgot to shift. That's a really bad start. You won being tied, yeah, because you probably had more pictures than second place. So you got the championship in the end. I mean, a win is a win. Doesn't make it any less impressive. Yep, a win is a win. Don't ask too much about it, just enjoy the victory. The problem with the pitbull is that if it does find the traffic jam for its tires form, it cannot lap the Sanabi GTR. Interesting, so what you're saying is that, but the pit work is actually third right now. I've seen it already. So it's there. It doesn't have to deal with traffic anymore. So I always assume that it's a matter of time before it makes the overtake. If this was Japanese exclusive, will we see the Tacoma versus JGTC? I don't think that one's possible. I mean, a loud assumption, because you have no wing with the Tacoma. But if this was region locked, then yeah. Or I will have to pick a different Japanese car and use some and rearrange the choices. I suppose if you wanted to bump up the difficulty, you could try no race cars and least cars at the same time, but that's not even possible, at least if you want to complete regional events, because DTM forces you to have a race car. Unfortunately. Yeah, there's a bit of a gap between them, actually, now. So the Sanabi, the GTR will actually score second on this race with ease. Which is interesting. I mean, the more the points are spread out, the better for me, really, because it means that I can skip more races in the end. All I know is that there's nobody around me. Outside the controller, tapping the brakes for me. Yeah, the LM cars, yeah, took a beating on GT4. They aren't as competitive. They don't have as many events to be useful, actually. That's probably the greatest issue. will be interesting to test what you can do with those things, but as much as I know, it's not that much really. They're all handicapped in one way or another, which makes them, yeah, not that good for challenge runs and things like that. Yeah, and they also have more races available. Well, I suppose that it goes hand in hand with the performance. They had more races available because they had better performance. I mean, you can do most of the races on Amateur League, like the racing leagues, so JGTC, Dream Car, maybe GT World Championship if you got one of the good ones, like the S2000 or the RX-7. GTL Stars you could, with LM cars, but yeah, those stores aren't open in GT4. I mean, yeah, most of those events are actually in the Expert League, and that's part of the problem. But they are on the Expert League. And by then, it's just, I don't know, it's just kind of whatever, it doesn't really matter anymore. You can do whatever you want. It's a final lap, I thought there was one more. The pitwork says, yeah, no, it's really far away from the Sanavi. It's not going to catch up before the end of the race. It's not going to catch up at all. Yep, see? GTR is actually getting a substantial lead over the pitwork set. That's impressive. Now I need the pitwork set to place second. So it starts recovering some of the lost ground. Oh, it's super speedway. Hey, you like going in circles? I hope so. I hope you like going in circles. Yeah, it has to catch up before, yeah. Yeah, I can see the problem there. Has to catch up before it's able to overtake the Sanabi. I wonder if I should influence the grid in some way or another. Use my mental powers to actually modify the standing of the championship. How do I expect points with a Citroen 2CV Type A? I mean, for classic car league, that's probably one of the worst choices you could make. The car is borderline useless. Man, he's getting closer. He's getting much closer than before. So am I. Livestreaming of Skylines, it gives me strong Mission 23 flashbacks, but it's fine. Really fine. I don't want it to take Slipstream, actually. No. I don't want it to pull away from the rest of the pack. Where are you going, Sanabi? Where are you going? Explain to me where are you going, and why shouldn't I slow you down? Explain to me why I shouldn't slow you down so the order of this race is self-modified. Why shouldn't I intervene and use my divine powers as the main player to actually affect the standings of this tournament? See, the Pencil is actually fighting for second place here. Can the Pencil slipstrip off me? Can I block the Sanabi? And the pitwork set actually took third place too. Oh, this is good. This is really good for points. But the pitwork set is going to make the overtake. That is not so good for me. In a way, it will help if the Pencil was second, and the only thing I need is the Sanabi to place below the pitwork set. That's what I need. The order doesn't matter, it just has to be below, so it doesn't make points over the Sanabi, over the pitwork set. I mean, the Sanabi needs to place lower. That's what I needed to do. The way this seems to be working, I'm not going to give you Slipstream pitwork set. You'll have to work for your own win. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will seriously appreciate that you did, so we can get this channel to more people. And I'm sure all of you want to help me out to keep growing. I mean, I like to believe that. It only takes you a couple of seconds to click the like button. You'll make my life much easier and better. Here comes the overtake. Yeah, but you don't have it in you. You just don't have it in you. I think the Pencil lost third place, which is unfortunate. Yeah, it lost third place. That's annoying. That's seriously annoying. Yeah, the other cars are just there on the back. We're not gonna lap them though. They're going too fast for us to lap them. Kind of unfortunate really, but that's the way it is. Lost a bit of time though. Probably it's the fact that it's trying without slipstream. This thing isn't too good on top speed, to be honest. It has really high drag, which makes it not the ideal choice for a super speedway as a whole. Hey fellas, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. But here we are. But yeah, something to keep in mind. It's going to become a problem much later. What is happening with the Sanabi? Its base is tanking. Don't tell me that it's going to pit stop. Usually a proper choice for 1000 mercenaries. I mean, depends on what you want. I mean, everything from Alfa Romeo Giulia, the Nissan Fairlady from the 60s and onwards. I mean, cars with 100 to 200 horsepower and relatively lightweight and onwards. I mean, you'll be fine. If you want to protect yourself against things like the Big Special and the AC 427, you have options too. I mean, you can take a muscle car too. There is a couple of options which make it, I mean, easier, tolerable. I don't really think it just going 5-6 hours per race on a 2CV is my definition of a challenge run, or of a torture run. Kind of a shame. I mean, the pitwork set fell apart, but it didn't fall apart fast enough for the other guys to capitalize. Yeah, he's dead. I wonder if it's tire related. Seems tire related to me. Because it was so abrupt. Yeah, that seems tire related, to be honest. Ah, Sanavi start. Unlucky. Really unlucky. Six? Yeah, that won a couple of points. Yeah. Gap is shortening between those two, which is good. Laguna Seca. Okay. Seven laps at Laguna Seca. How's the Audi working in the because you can enter anything to this race. Yeah, the Castro Supras are kind of weird. I mean, you will think that the most iconic the 96 will be in GT4, but it's not. Yeah, sure, whatever, works. Right? Subaru 360 for 1000 months. I mean, there's a fine line between challenging and stupidity, really. If you have like a 3 to 4 hour race to doing a really slow car, it's just brain damage inducing. I mean, there's no point in doing that. The Honda 800 works with a really slow grid if you modify it in 1000 months. Yeah, the turbo kits on the Fiat 500 are kind of busted. They can give you massive power increases actually. The Sanabi's completely demolishing the field. I mean, look at the gap between me, the Sanabi, and then the rest of the field. There's a pack of 2, which is probably the Pensoil and the Pitwork set still. And then the other 2 back markers, which are the Supra and another car, which I cannot remember. They just don't have the pace. Nobody has the pace on the Sanabi, it seems. I learned the pattern of the GT500 so much that I can predict how the set performs against the Sanabi GTR. I mean, I won't say it's useless information because it clearly has its uses, but damn. That is a level of obsession that even I cannot manage. A grid is shorter. Almost 4 hours for 25 laps at Nürburgring. Yeah, that's kind of what you're expecting with a slow car for 1,000 miles, really. Almost 4 hours, yeah. A bit of off-roading never hurts. It's an out, it was built for off-roading, kind of. I mean, by this time they didn't have proper all-wheel drive systems. On Audis, they had the Haldex system on the TTs, I think, so yeah. And this isn't even a TT, so to speak, it's just probably a frame chassis with a rear-wheel drive engine. Rear-wheel drive layout. So it doesn't even matter in that case, but still. Okay. Audi plays up to the Rally Association, and they sure as hell going to play up with the Rally Association as well. Love your content, by the way. Thank you, baby Salim. I appreciate that. Well, you enjoy it. This sign? I have no idea. That's a Mazda advertisement, and the circuit was owned by Mazda at the time. So it makes sense that it's real. Actually, yeah. But I don't know. We'll have to find period correct pictures. By the way, if you just joined, I will appreciate if you all could leave a like on the stream, so this channel keeps on growing and more people discover this channel. The ritual last rain. Yeah, it comes with the labor, I guess. Honestly, it was better with rebuild, but okay. I notice you aren't using solids wrong. I am using the adjustment on the triggers. I am using the patch and I'm using the patch. You're wrong. An assumption at best, really. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, people don't notice, but when they scan tracks for the games, for these games, right? It could be GT4, it could be anything which has a real track, right? Those games kind of have a snapshot of the circuit at the time period that the game was made. Which is kind of cool. Because it gives us a better look on how the circuit was and how it evolved over time as well. So I always like just looking at circuits in racing games and see if they evolved over time and the changes that they had made. So I have 20 points over the Sanabi, which means I can skip 2 races. Hong Kong is here. Let's show the hotel, right? It's still the same circuit. I mean, the name doesn't matter. I mean, what I care about is it being the same circuit. I don't know why I thought it would squeeze through there. Skip the finish. Yeah, I kind of didn't care. Because I kind of knew that the pitwork set was nowhere to be found. My god, the pitwork set is really suffering. That's insane. I think this race is also going to be pretty tough for it. Doesn't seem like it's going to break away from this, guys. Oh my god. I don't really get excited over those things, really. I guess it's because I know enough that I just cannot buy into the hype. Good for the people that are interested on it, I guess, but since I know a bit of the inner workings, then it doesn't excite me as much. And I can see a bit of the inner workings as well and how they play with me, so I just... I don't really get excited with it, I just kind of look the other way, to be honest. When you will be streaming GT7 career mode? When I can actually afford a PS5 and play the fucking game, maybe. I don't have a PS5, I don't have a GT7, and a PS5 is like $1,000 in here, so I cannot do that, I'm sorry. It's out of my reach for the time being. And even if it was on my reach, I don't think I want to spend $1,000 on a PS5. Ouch. Get the PS4 version. I mean, kind of the same. I'm not going to put up the cost of a PS4, which is kind of expensive here too. Got it for $150. Well, in your country, in mine they're more expensive. Right. I knew that guy was behind me, just didn't know where. He instantly tapped me. Yeah, there's a whole thing about buying technology used, to be honest. Buying technology used for me is kind of it's not something I will recommend. Because when you think about it, most of these things cannot be repaired. And usually you don't really have much of an advantage of going used, really. I mean, depending on all the corners of the world that I see, I mean, the prices usually people ask for used tech is like kind of stupid. So it's not that much of an advantage, really. And in the end, you're going to lose money because the thing is gonna break, you don't know the life that it's had. All the details just stack up, and I don't know, just always advise against buying tech used unless you're really super certain about that it's going to be just fine. It's good, at least here in America. I mean, yeah, that's okay, because you all have a lot of people. I mean, it's just a numbers game. There's so much people out there that the second-hand market actually has an effect on things being cheaper, and it reaches the point that it's actually so cheap that if it breaks, it doesn't matter. But here, used goods like a PS4, a PS5, they aren't that far off from a new one. And you run a massive gamble on its condition. I'm not streaming on Twitch, so yeah. I'm only here on YouTube. there's someone streaming on Twitch with my name, then it sure as hell isn't me. Won't be the first time that people steal my content, really. Won't surprise me at all. Again, look at the difference between all those cars. The Sanab is just completely overpowered against the rest of the grid here. Once again. Yeah, it's always kind of funny to me too. Because I always assume those cars will be really even on performance, and that isn't the case. They are pretty different from one another. Yeah, it's probably stuck behind the pencil. The AI sucks at overtaking in Hong Kong, so this is one of those circuits where rolling starts are outright broken. One, because you have the dreaded 60 kilometers limiter. In some circuits it's 80, here it's 60. Like in Monaco. Monaco is also 60 circuit. So it means that the car which starts first, the advantage that it has is much bigger over everyone else. And thus it stacks up, and down the grid it just stacks up, so you have to be really quick to get past and actually make the overtakes. The AI doesn't realize that, and it's not good at overtaking, so it gets stuck behind cars, which makes this race often much easier if you are competitive than other circuits. Because there aren't much chances of you being overtaken if you can just secure a good pace with a good car. Let's check those points. Yeah, it's stuck behind the Then the pencil. There it goes. Damn, poor thing. It's really struggling this time. Only 3 points. The pencil is slowly closing in, Jesus. The pencil is just inching its way closer to the pitwork set, which will be quite embarrassing. Now here's the thing. I can actually skip races at this point. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to skip the next 2 races. And just do the final race of the tournament. At Suzuka. Yeah, I'm absolutely skipping this one. Because I can. That simple. There we go. Final race of the championship. Suzuka. We just skipped the previous 2 sessions. We took a small vacation. Here we are for the final race of the tournament. If you haven't left a like on the stream, I would seriously appreciate that you did, so this channel can get to more people. Since I've been playing Assetto Corsa Competizione, actually, one of the circuits that I started doing the circuits that I know, and one of the circuits that I know is obviously Suzuka. So, I'm trying to be really careful not to crash into the AI, because that's actually bad in that game. So, I'm still kind of in that mindset of don't crash into the AI. That's a bit of understeer. Brilliant. So the point is, I mean, both cars on their own are really a threat, but when you put them together on the same grid, it all boils down to who starts first. Is that really the case? That's all there is to it, it seems. I mean, your theory is kind of proven true in this tournament. I mean, the pitwork set completely fell off. It's stuck behind the NSX, actually. Vehicle damage enabled in AC. Yeah, but it's a bit different than that. It's more so the fact that you want to increase your safety rating, and if you have any sort of incident, even with the AI, your racing rating safety drops. So in order to have a good safety rating, you have to make sure you don't crash into the AI and you spend as much time close to them as possible. Like taking corners side by side, things like that. Even then, I mean, I'm playing at a really low difficulty setting. I'm slowly inching my way upwards. I kind of wanted to play more today, but I don't really have the energy when the stream is done, so... Yeah. I don't know, I think I'm just gonna go to bed when all of this is done with. Probably prepare the thumbnail for the next stream. And that's it. Oh, wind sand. I mean, you start with grass and then you go into the harder stuff. That's how it works, isn't it? Unless you're talking about something else. iRacing and GT Sport. Yeah, it's kind of the same in ACC, really. You have to meet a certain minimum to be allowed into racing groups and the like, too. No, so it all stacks against each other. The good head start, of course, the advantage. Then the fact that the AI cannot make overtakes, and the fact that the pitwork set takes longer to warm their tires. Mowing cones. I mean, running over cones is, as I said, it's part of the rituals of this channel. They're not going to change. Doesn't let you become a YouTube member? It happens, don't worry about it. You're not the only one who had issues with that. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with online safety ratings. The fact that sometimes the person who's innocent on the incident actually pays the same cost. And that is so stupid to me. That is so ridiculously stupid. Because the way it should be is that someone is innocent of fault on a racing incident, and they shouldn't get a penalty or be punished whatsoever. Because usually what happens is the fact that the cost for the person who didn't commit the incident is so high that it becomes really frustrating to break away from that, and the person who committed the incident, who was at fault, usually gets away, and they manage to win a race or something, and they just don't care, because the weight of the penalty usually isn't severe enough to actually outbalance the fact that they won a race or something. That's just looking at it from the outside. That's the way I feel usually it works. So you're just not being, I wouldn't say fair. I don't really like using the word fair and fair for a couple of reasons, to be honest, in these situations. But it's kind of stupid, because what you want to ensure is the fact that people don't commit those incidents. You want to make the cost of incidents, I mean, real incidents. Like, let's just say I'm going flat out and there's a car here and I just don't brake and send it into the sand. The cost of those actions, you want to make it so high that nobody dares to make them. And usually what happens is people make those actions. The game doesn't realize that their intention was completely eliminating someone out of the race. They give them a penalty for contact. And the game also punishes the guy who actually was pushed, because they see contact, they see two cars crashing, and the game thinks, oh, this guy's crashed, both are at fault. There we go. All is good in the world. And it's not all good in the world. Because the guy who just pushed someone realized that, oh, I can push someone and probably get a 10-second penalty. But I'm so far ahead from the rest that, yeah, sure, it's gonna come out just fine for me or something like that. I mean, something stupid. They just eliminated someone out of the race like that. I don't know if my logic makes sense, really. It warms up slightly earlier than Supra's GTRs, but it has a pace even slightly lower and struggles hard to... Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, that's also my experience. Like, the saddle usually pulls away, And when you realize it's second and the rest of the field is just has become irrelevant. Well, almost sub 2. I can live with that. Ah, look! Look who's third! How far ahead is it though? I don't think we're gonna see it. 14 seconds. I barely managed to see that before it cut off. 14 seconds behind for the pitwork set. The pitwork set and the Nismo are tied, and the Nismo placed 4th. What the heck? Man, that's kind of humiliating for the poor pencil. Hey, thanks for a clock. That's a lot of money. If only it was that easy, let me tell you. Hey, look who I got! Surely this thing will be useful. Let's go and put this thing up for sale. I mean, I don't really need to sell it, do we? Nah, we're fine. Fine. Completely fine. So, American events, all completed. European events, all completed. Beginner events, all completed. Japanese events, all completed. Professional events, all completed but one. This is it. World Championship. And we're going to do it with this thing. With the Audi TC. However, we have done a lot of races today. We have done an absolute ton of races today. So we're going to do this next time. We're going to complete this challenge run next time. If you haven't left a like on the stream, now is your last chance to do so. If you really want to help me out, you can subscribe to this channel to be updated whenever I go live and I make new videos. Remember to click the bell if you want that. You can join my Discord server as well. The link is also in the description if you want to go there and be updated and just talk to people. Probably need to talk to people too. So you can join there. The link is in the description. If you really want to help me out, there's also a link to my Patreon in the description, which starting $3 a month, you can help me out to produce more videos. For the time being, we're going to wrap this run, this stream, and we're going to come back and complete the GT World Championship next time. I want to thank all of you who have joined me. I really appreciate you all who have joined me. I hope all of you have enjoyed your weekend and start your work week nicely. Hope you all rest well. Have a good night, have a good day, whatever you have. And we'll see each other soon. Take care, and bye for now.